2 to the wire. Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Laundries. Day 15 on the racing calendar. Let's take a look back at yesterday's racing action. Well, speed is what you wanted in the last 4 races. The first 3, me and Marshall were talking, and after the second race, it looked like speed was holding a little bit, but it was hard to tell because of the duel. And in the first race, the speed horse did quit, but it usually quit earlier. And then for the rest of the night, speed was absolutely dynamite. Stanley Chady Jr. was the hot jockey. He had 3 wins on the card, and that vaults him up in the standings, right behind Leroy Nelson and Neville Stevenson, who are tied for second. Jorge Carreno still on top. Jerry Gorno, he's on top over double Wendy Anderson, who has 9. Jerry with 20. Lise Pruitt, Jared Brown, and Tom Gardepy right in behind them. Guys, what did you see in last night's action?
Yeah, there was as I would like to say, is there was a lot of chalk talking out there yesterday. But if you take a look at some of the payouts, the exactor tries, pick 3s, 4s, 5s, it paid quite well considering with the odds. So it's something to pay attention to. I know many people refuse to take favorites, but remember, favorites do win about 33% of the time. So sometimes you just have to basically, you can't beat the favorite and you jump in. I know Kirt likes to take his long shots, but he did very well yesterday and recognized you just have to take the favorites and adjust your betting and go from there. So worked out well. We happen to have, all of us had some pick 4s and stuff, and with the scratch got it a few extra times. But that is the past, and so we've got to, I said, yesterday we'd have to be better. Well, today let's get even better and maybe make some more money to end off the week. Kirt?
All right. What do you have to add, Marshall?
Yeah, no, just to sort of piggyback on Stretch's sentiment about not being afraid to take favorites. I think early on, Kirt, you were able to sniff out a couple of good mid-range priced horses like the 4-1, 5-1, and connecting those in horizontal wagers like the pick 3s that you had. Gave out a $5 pick 3, I think, in the second race. And that ended up paying about $600 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 630 the result, and had all in the last leg, which is the best thing that you want.
Right. I mean, sure. Then you just sit back and relax. They were all paying well though. So a couple of 3-1, 4-1 shots in these horizontals. You beat a favorite or two, and you can really get a dynamite payout. So let's try to do that tonight.
All right, we're going to kick off the card with a $10,000 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds that are 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go the 6 furlong distance. Scratch number 4, Mr. G, and we're going to send it right over to you, Marshall.
Okay, an interesting race. Maiden 10,000 Manitoba breds. Crown Royal, the one horse, looks like a pretty obvious choice. Dropping from maiden special weight, ran a really good race. First out against Not Afraid, Call the Cops. We saw both of those horses run back yesterday. Not Afraid ran back in the stakes race. Showed a bit of speed early, but then succumbed to, it wasn't a stakes race, but I guess an allowance.
Manitoba bred allowance. Open allowance, though.
Looked like a stake. Could have been a Manitoba stakes race. Anyway, showed some good speed, but succumbed to the older horses in there, the veterans. I think we'll see more of Not Afraid. Call the Cops still looking for that maiden score. But Crown Royal, like I said, ran a great race. I think he goes right to the lead in here. Should be a pretty low-priced favorite. I used the 3 Wire Me the Money. You got a horse that last time out raced, it's a filly, a 4-year-old filly though, raced against Reasonable Cause, who is well regarded. We saw her come back the other day and run a really nice race. So dropping in to this 10,000 level as well. I think we see improvement, second start off the layoff. And I used the first or the 6, Belby Devil, 3 sibs, all raced, all have won. So there is a bit of pedigree there. Is a 3-year-old filly, but I'll take her for third. 1-3-6.
Okay, Stretch, what about you?
Yeah, not much to add, just a comment on the 1. Probably in the right spot. Maybe if there is a race, I would have been worried if there was another maiden special weight race for Manitoba breds in the same car. There isn't. It's just a nice spot. This is probably where the horse belongs. So the small drop makes sense. Just trying to find it. And I'm with Marshall on the 3, same kind of thing. The 3 should be dropping into the 10. I think this is where this horse belongs. And then I did add the 5. I'll leave it at 135. Kirt?
Yeah, myself, I like Crown Royal. Has speed on the inside. Not afraid and Call the Cops. Both had speed. And Crown Royal just got tired in the end, now moves forward. I also like the 2 GS Poppies Warrior, taking money on the board right now, as we do see. And this one has some good workouts coming in. A nice 103 out of the gate, back-to-back 103s, 5/8. And I like those half miles. Nothing on the slow side. And that's what I like in some of these horses. So I think this horse might be able to run a little and wire me the money. Rounds out my top 3. I like 1, 2, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to tackle the 7.5 furlong stretch. What do you got?
All right, I believe this is now the longest race of the year. This is our first 7.5, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're already stretching out the milers, or at least around 2 turns. So we'll start by, I've got to have a disclaimer here. Do not quote me on anything in this race. I find this race just so tricky on many accounts. I try to make you aware of what races I like better and the ones that I don't like. This is one I don't really like very much. And the main reason is, based on my figures, none of the horses have fast enough figures this year anyway to win at this level. So I don't think it's going to be a fast run race. And when it's a slower times, it opens it up for almost anybody to win. I am going to make a selection. I am going, because that's what I'm here for, is I'm going to go with the 6 horse. And the angle on this one is this horse makes a move late. It's the 2nd start of the year. There's room to improve. We'll be closing late. I'm searching. I just think that maybe the others will back up, and this horse is a better distance horse. Then I went to the 1 as a big long shot, or relatively long shot in here. Yeah, 10 to 1 is 11 of 14 in the money. 10 of those are seconds and thirds. Perfect along the rail. Why not? This horse just always seems to end up, and usually ends up in the money at a decent price. The last horse I am going to mention, I'm going to more watch this horse one time, and that's the 5. It worries me that there's only 1 workout on this horse. If you went back to the races a couple of years ago, you would see that this horse would win this race if it was back to that. I just don't like the races that much at Fawner. But because the race I don't think is that fast, if this horse maybe is in a little better shape than it appears, maybe. 615.
All right, what about you, Marshall?
Well, this is one of those races where you got a bunch of horses that have tons of starts, but only 1 win in many cases here, like the 1 Queen Jean, 1 win from 30 starts. I think best used underneath as well. But it's a Manitoba bred. This is an open race, so I prefer some others. I like the 3 Plum Blue quite a bit. This horse is dropping after 2 very tough fields. Last time out, possible key race. Sweet Design comes back to win the other day. Sue's Easter Girl comes back to win, so we'll see if Plum Blue can come back to win on the drop today. I think so, probably a low price. I used the 7 Funky Justice for second. Chickness and Gorno have become a formidable duo, a real team effort here. They're winning at about a 35% clip these days when they partner up. This horse ran a good race coming out of the maiden victory. Just couldn't quite get the job done. He beat the 6 last time out. He'd actually beaten the 2 I Am Anya before that earlier in the year here at ASD. So I think the 7 Funky Justice for second. I Am Anya has been running well also. I think we see her grab third. 3-7-2 for me.
Yeah, I'm with you, Marshall. Plum Blue ran a great race last time out. Sue's Easter Girl only 2 lengths ahead in that race. She came back in the non-2, as you see in I Am Anya's lines, and won by 7 with the greatest of ease. Plum Blue got Lasix last time out, and I think that really improved the horse. Now it gets to go around 2 turns, has tactical speed. I think Funky Justice will go out and grab the lead, but I just don't like the way the horse finished last time out. I think it should have won that race easy, but battled early and then got a breather and just couldn't finish. That was a slow time. So I like Plum Blue. I Am Anya, 2 good races together. Couldn't beat Sue's Easter Girl, but battled hard to get second over the very speedy Bayal. And Queen Jean gets to hug the rail, a huge advantage. And if there is any pace battle, watch for her to come flying. So I got it down to 3, 2, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. 99,000 in the pool. It will eclipse the $100,000 mark for this allowance optional $15,000 claimer. For the boys 3 and up, going 6 furlongs. And wow, what a speed-packed race. Marshall, what do you got?
Yeah, well, you nailed it. At top of the page, I wrote tons of speed. You've got 3 absolute speed balls in here. The 3 shooting money, the 5 hot rodding, and the 6 major munnings. Hard to not see a massive duel in here where even if one of them gets a slow start, 2 of them just go banging heads on the front end instead of lightning fast pace. Yesterday we saw the track obviously very conducive to speed, so you could see a horse that was dueling or maybe got a really good flyer out of the gate hang on. But today, who knows? We'll see if that continues through tonight. I just think it sets up for one of the stalkers or closers in here. I like Mr. Dazzle. I will say this is his 4th start in 4 weeks, but the race just really sets up for him. He's dropping in from that Free Press Stakes event. Those are the best horses on the grounds, obviously. So we'll see. The race does set up. He did race with Tapmaster, the 4, the other horse I do like in here, at Century Mile. Tapmaster beat him. Certainly this race does set up for the 4 as well. Those are my top 2 in here. I use the 6 major munnings for 3rd, but 1, 4 are my top 2.
Okay, Stretch, what about you?
Yeah, I thought the race set up perfectly. You guys already talked about how much speed. For me, Mr. Dazzle kind of jumps off the page a little bit, just of how the race sets up so well. I used the 2 for second. I like the cutback. This horse has been running game. It's maybe not a true closer, but it's just running so well. I had to take this horse just because the horse has been running that well. So I put that second. I thought the most speed, or maybe the 3 can just sit just off and put away the other speed, or inherit and then have to hold off the others. So I went as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, myself, I'm on the same page as Marshall here. I like Mr. Dazzle on the rally, but I like Tapmaster better. The first time out, this horse ran against War Giant, Stone Carver, and Deuces Are Wild. Stone Carver, Deuces Are Wild, cutthroat speed horses, and War Giant, he came by way of Tampa, so he had the fitness edge. Stone Carver has since come back to run, and he broke the track record at Century Mile in 107-1 battling. So that was a real tough race this horse was in. Took the drop and won, battling every step of the way to win by 3/4. I don't think this horse will offer speed. I think it'll be in a stalking role. If you look back to 2019 at Remington Park, this horse had a stalking win and a stalking second. I think that'll be a really good race if it can do that. Major Shepherd, the trainer brought in last night, was the second favorite, got left in the gate in the last race, but came charging down the lane to run a good second. So Tapmaster on top, Mr. Dazzle the other rallier, and I think Major Munnings on the drop in class, 4, 1, and 6 for me. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 for this $5,000 claimer. For 3-year-olds and up that are non-2 lifers, they're going to go 7.5 furlongs. Stretch, what do you have for the first leg?
Yes, I really do like this race quite a bit. The 2 turns, like you said. I'll start with the 1. It is most likely the speed of the speed. There's a few that might try to go a little bit, but I think this course has the speed, especially we have it on the rail. If you watch this is a very good race to watch the replay on the 1. He was at least 5, 6 wide out in the parking lot in an off track, couldn't grip the track. A complete toss out, which really helps because I think some people are going to look at that and you might get a better price. If you go 2 back, if you throw it out, this horse would go off at extremely low odds running with that second. So if runs back to that 2 back, it potentially could crush this field. It's unfortunate my second selection. If there is no duel, probably can't win, but I like this replay as well. A sneaky long shot is the 8. Again, watch the replay. It's very important. The horse checks at the back, sits, and then circles and goes 4 wide. Extremely good gallop out. Wasn't going to beat the winner, but passed the second and third horses as if they were standing still just past the wire. It just looks so good. So I've got the 1 and 8, and then there's the other ones after that. The 3 horse had some trouble last time, has already run the 2 turns, isn't evenly. It's 1-8-3, but I really like the Stone Cold Exactor of the day, 1-8.
Okay, what about you, Marshall?
Well, just looking at our picks, we're all singing from the same song sheet.
Not that sneaky on say when all 3 of us have it.
No.
You guys look at my picks, and then you realize why, and then so anyway, go on, Marshall.
Yeah, so I mean, the 1 for sure looks to me like a standout horse. It looks to me like it's the only speed in here, 7.5 on the inside. This is an excellent angle, like we've talked about. I think the horse goes right to the lead. I am concerned that the horse has a record of 1 for 29. That's just not a horse that I usually bet, especially at a low price. Also, the only win came on the turf. So the horse doesn't have any wins on the dirt, although does have a 2nd and a 3rd from only 6 starts. So I'm going to give this horse the benefit of the doubt. You get leading rider as well, so there are some things to like. I used the 3 Spiked Cider for 2nd. I just thought that this horse will probably stalk. They could basically go 1-2 around the track the whole way, merry-go-round it. And then the 8 Say When, yeah, same thing. Just watch the replay. It's a 2nd start Gorno, which has become an angle that I like to look at, and Chickness jumps on board. Seems that he's his go-to rider these days. Like I said, they're teaming up and producing results, so why not? 1-3-8, Kirt.
Yeah, not a lot to add. Praise loudly. The 1 is my best bet of the day. Speed on the inside. Nobody has this horse's speed. It will make the front end. Canterbury horses do well here, and if you look on down, it did come from Golden Gate. And those horses have been knocking him dead on a racetrack. So that's the one to beat. Say When, the 8 horse. He was having trouble last time out, Richard Mangley, at the back of the field. He was on one line. He wasn't able to just go straight. He had to hold the horse on one side as it was lugging in. And then once it got around the turn, he was able to ride it. And wow, did it fly. That's why I like the 8 for 2nd. And Spiked Cider, just to round up my top 3, 1-8-3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, a $5,000 claimer. 4 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. They're going to go the 6 furlong distance. Marshall, what do you got?
Well, I'm just looking. I can't believe nobody has Strong Arm on top, but
no second. I can't believe Stretch doesn't have him second.
Wait to hear my discussion about it.
Okay, you're turning it into a show bet.
Well, so Strong Arm last time out, he got 3rd, but no, hang on a second. He managed to squeak out 2nd through the DQ. This guy is unbelievable. I love it. Beaten favorite last 3. Last time out, he did win 2 back. He won by a neck. He held on. He's winless at the distance. I used him for 2nd, obviously. I think the 4 Evolution is the speed of the race. 2nd start off the layoff. Was racing at Canterbury, then going to Lethbridge. Did have a win at Lethbridge, so that doesn't count here because of the purse value. So technically he does have 3 wins. There's back class there, so I like that. He's got a work coming into the race. I think we see an improved performance. He goes right to the lead and never looks back. I used the 2 horse, Young Boy, for 3rd. This horse had basically a good trip last time out, up along the rail. He was DQ'd, actually pushing up Strong Arm, came over on the 1 horse who was the 7 in here, and was therefore DQ'd. But you do get a jockey change. Carreño, I think he could just stay along the rail. 4-1-2.
Okay, Stretch, what about you?
Yeah, you've kind of made all the key points. 7 of 8. 7 of the last 8 times favored on the 1. I did go to the 2. I made a bet the other day on this horse and unfortunately got DQ'd. Made a nice move. It wasn't a great trip. So he did come over on the 7. That's why I do have the 7 ahead of Strong Arm. I think Strong Arm is actually declining. I didn't like his race that much, and the 2 and 7 just have a little more upside. Maybe the 7 could have beat the 2 last time. Did have a bit of a pretty good check, so hence the disqualification. I'll leave it at 2-7-1.
Yeah, I'm right with you, Stretch. I like Young Boy off that last race, even though he did get DQ'd. Silent Emissary, he got checked hard into the rail at about the half mile pole. and that was early on in the race after 2 furlongs. So that definitely cost him. But I do like Strong Arm in here. The only reason I do is he's going to be making the early move. Bevolution and Trouble with the Curve are the speed. I think Trouble with the Curve has the most speed in here, but I just can't see him going all the way. Strong Arm making the early move at him. He just might be able to hang on to get the win, but on the Trouble Trip of the 7, that's who I'm going to. I'm taking 7, 1, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up. They're going to go the 6 furlong distance. And Stretch, you're going to tell us who you like?
Yeah, two really good allowance races to finish off the card and the week. The fillies here, textbook play for me on the 1. Dropping speed on the rail, was in so tough last time out. Much less speed in here, which makes it even better for her. Should get to relax and then basically go gate to wire. This is the level that she belongs in. This is one of my better plays for sure. Like I said, this is just a textbook play for me, and that's why I've got her first. The next one, I will go back to Stevie Mac, because you have to. I didn't like that last race very much. It's very rare that she runs these low of figures. I went back and looked. These are the lowest ones in almost 2 years. So did she come back? It's just not her day. I'm not going to leave her out because I've got to give her one more shot because we just know how good she is. And then after that, I went to the 2 and 7 kind of equally. They're both 3-year-olds, but they could be they're the improving horses. They're going to get better each time. Maybe they've closed the gap on Stevie Mac. Maybe they could upset Stevie Mac for second. Like I said, the race goes through the 1. I've got it 1, 5, 7, 2, something like around that. Kirt?
Okay, what about you, Mark?
Yeah, I like the 1 as well. Dropping speed on the rail, that's a big play for me. So we'll see what she can do. 4-year-old. There are a pile of 3-year-olds in here. I think I'm going to give them one start. Stevie Mac, maybe Nelson. That was the first time he had ridden her. Whitehall had been riding her all this time. So we'll see. I'll give her one more chance. Give him a chance as well. She was flat though last out. I used the 4 of the 3-year-olds. My Princess Ellie racing against the boys last out. Was racing prior to that though. Some tough races at Santa Anita, Turf Paradise. City Champ won that last race that she was in. She was not disgraced, and he's now 3 for 3 here at ASD. So 1-5-4. Kirt?
Yeah, I'm with you on Half and a Wrapper. This is the speed of the race, but I really like Fox Appeal for second. Yeah, it's a 3-year-old, but it ran against the undefeated Melisandre and ran really well both times. Running second, draws inside in here. Should get a really gravy rail trip. So I like it for second. And Stevie Mac, she always comes to play. Last time out, belated 3rd effort. I expect a better one today. So simply, I got 1, 2, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs. A little bit of a tough dash. Marshall, what do you think?
Yeah, I think there's a standout in here. The 2, Mr. Benz, to me looks real solid. I like the jockey upgrade. Jared Brown, Jorge Carreño teamed up for another victory last night. They're on fire. I like the work also coming into the race, dropping from that from that stakes race. So I think the 2 is going to be very tough in here. There isn't a lot of speed in this race, I don't think necessarily. So I'm not sure if the 5, Hazim, might show speed. Maybe the 2 actually is close up. I don't think he'll go right to the lead, but we'll see. If someone does get loose, maybe they could steal it. But I use the 7, Maz Mischief, for second. Horse doesn't like to win, hasn't won in a couple of years. Sorry, won this year, didn't win last year, and hasn't won at ASD yet. But I think the horse is good for underneath. I like the 1, Cabin John, for third. Kirt?
All right, Stretch, what about you?
Yeah, I did find the race kind of a very tough one to finish it off. As we know, usually the last race of the week is a long shot in there, which doesn't make sense why I would be taking the probable favorite. But as Marshall mentioned, the figures are there. It's just solid figures, especially, and then you throw in a workout. It says 9 to 5. I think it's potentially going to be a little bit higher. I did include the 3 as the one horse I'll talk about a little more. Lost to Del Vecchio, who ended up winning last night. 7 of 15 in the top 2 at this distance. So I always like, especially this horse gives a full effort every time. And then the 7, basically, the horse is can show up. You just never know, in an outer. No strong opinions here, but I'll give you 2-3-7.
Yeah, I had a lot of trouble with this race also. I went to number 5, Hazim, on those route races back in Saratoga, Belmont, but that was way back in 2018. Last time out, ran in the second level allowance, broke out of the gate, so was unable to show any speed at all as a jockey, had to take hold. But this horse has shown speed in the past. 3 outs ago, ran against Persistent and was stalking Persistent. That kind of speed opens up 5 on this field for absolute fun. So I'm going to take a shot that Hazim is going to get out there and freewheeling. I do like Mr. Benz at a short price and Mr. Henry Lee to cap it off, 5, 2, and 3. Good luck with all your selections this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card of racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, scratch number 4, Mr. G. That's race number 1, scratch the 4, Mr. G. Now turning your programs to race number 2, just some overweights, and they're on your monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. That carryover approaching $100,000, and it will exceed that tonight. Just the lone overweight in race 3. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Again, just some overweights, and they're on your monitors. Turning your programs to race number 5. In race 5, number 4, Bevolution, will not run for a claiming price. That's race number 5, number 4, Bevolution, will not run for a claiming price. Now turning your programs to race number 6, kicking off late double wagering. Again, just a few overweights. Turning your programs to race number 7, our jackpot high 5 race of the evening. The carryover over $15,000. Again, just a few overweights on your monitors. An absolute gorgeous evening for racing here in Winnipeg. Currently under partly cloudy skies. Looks like the sun's out there to me. Temperature 31 degrees Celsius or 88 Fahrenheit. And the track is listed as fast. Fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race card of racing. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 18 minutes. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off the Wednesday evening card of racing with the $10,000 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred maidens. They're going to go the 6 furlong distance. Scratch number 4, Mr. G, is out. Stretch, what do you like in the opener?
Okay, I do like the 1. We're going to go to the 1, but I want everybody to make a note. And this is what I always do for my notes, and I put my notes in, is as the 2-horse opened at 1-9, now at 1-2, I put that in my notes saying that this horse opened with a lot of early money. Just to make note, if the horse runs big or maybe doesn't, I just remember that there was all this early money on a horse, and I really like to follow and remind me if that shows up later. Anyway, I do like the 1, so Jake's found the 1 for me. Horse ran a very, very good first out. Moved up, pressed, and then got a little bit tired at the end. Not Afraid, I believe, is going to be a pretty good horse. Originally, I thought maybe the drop down worried me a little to 10,000, but there wasn't really a Manitoba bred special weight entered, so good move on the trainers and owner to just trying to find the right spot, get the horse running. It doesn't help you if they sit in the barn. So with the repeat of that effort, should be tough to beat. I'm very interested to see what the 2-horse does. I used the 3 as my second choice. I think the horse runs evenly. This is a horse that should drop from maiden special weight, just certainly not, just a touch below that level. So that's a good move there. I've got it 1 and 3.
All right, what about you, Marshall?
Yeah, I'm along the same lines as Stretch. The Crown Royal, the 1, to me looks like speed of the race, has been facing, certainly tougher company. The 2 taking all that money, there's not much to share pedigree-wise. This is a first-time foal, the Dam California Poppy, so really no siblings to chat about. I will mention the 6, though, the other firster in here. This horse has 3 sibs, and they've all raced and they've all won. Hector Rabbitskin looking for his first victory. He doesn't get a lot of mounts, but I have been impressed with the few mounts he's had, and there's no doubt he will find the winner's circle in the near term, I think. So could it be on this firster? You never know. We've seen some big firsters pop at big prices, but the Crown Royal, the 1, looks pretty solid in here to me, Kurt.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. Crown Royal was in a 3-horse duel last time out with Call the Cops, and the eventual winner, Not Afraid. Both of them showed blazing speed. Crown Royal will show speed, and if it goes back to last night's racetrack, that speed was doing so well, which I think it is going to do again today. I think Crown Royal opens up on this field and plays Catch Me If You Can. G's Poppy's Warrior, this horse, I did like it off the workout pattern, and now you see all the respect on the board at 3-5. That's my second play, and Wire Me the Money does round out my top 3. Let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. And Marshall, you're going to start things off.
Yeah, I like the first 2 races. I'm going to bet $20 double 1-3. Hopefully extract as much value as I can out of both of them, who I expect to be favorites.
Okay, Stretch, what about you?
It's always interesting as we handicap, and this is why it's so much fun figuring out the races and the puzzles. I've got all because I couldn't figure it out. So Marshall seems to think he's found something, and it's going to be interesting to see. So I had to take all in the middle, and then I used 1 and 2 in the last leg in my pick 3. I stepped it up at a good day, so I spent $2 pick 3, so I got 28. A little extra today, Kurt.
All right, now I'm just going a straight $20 exactor, 1 and 2. This is the way I started it off yesterday for $20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. The horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $11,500. Number 1 is Crown Royal, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 2 is G's Poppy's Warrior, owned by My Three Nieces Stable, trained by Mike Taphorn with Neville Stevenson. The 3 is Wire Me the Money, owned and trained by Marion Johnston. Sheldon, check it as aboard. The 4, Mr. G, was scratched. Number 5 is Guaranteed Delivery, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Dwight Lewis. Rounding out the opener is number 6, Belle Be Devil, owned and trained by Donna Johnston, Hector Rabbitskin in the saddle. Post time for race number 1, 6 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Well, let's kick off the card with State Bred Maiden 10,000 race. I think the 1 Crown Royal is the bet in the race. Dropping in from Maiden Special Weight Company. I think this horse goes right to the lead. Much tougher last time out against the likes of Not Afraid. I think this horse just goes right to the lead and wires them. Stretch?
Yeah, I agree with you. Remember that the 2 horse opened at 1 to 9 and then $3, and now it's all the way up to 9 to 2. I still think the 1 can win the race. Maybe with the exactor 1-2 because somebody's liking that horse or think there's a future in it. But I'm sticking with 1 as my top selection.
Well, yeah, Stretch, somebody is liking that horse, and that's me. I really think number 1 Crown Royal, the way the track was playing last night, speed is what you wanted, and I think this horse will shake free in here. Was against 2 other horses banging heads. I think he's all alone. The 1's the one to beat, but I like the 2 for the exactor. Good luck here in race number 1. Belby Devil will be the first one to load. She's getting some help from the gate crew. Belby Devil is now in. Moving up on the inside, the current 1-2 favorite, Crown Royal. Next up, one of the first-time starters, G's Poppy's Warrior, goes right in. 2 left to load. Wire me the money. And now just waiting on guaranteed delivery. Wire me the money is almost in. One last push by the gate crew and is locked up. And now it's time for guaranteed delivery. The field is set, they're at the post, and they're off. Breaking a little sluggish was G's Poppy Warrior. But straight to the front end, that's Crown Royal to take command of the early lead by 2 to the outside, guaranteed delivery. Putting on some early pressure, settled back in third, Belby Devil, G's Poppy's Warrior, as came from last and moving into third, and the early trailer is Wire Me the Money. The opening quarter, 23-4. Crown Royal now going to get company on the inside and outside. On the inside, G's Poppy's Warrior. To the outside, guaranteed delivery. A gap of 7 lengths back to Wire Me the Money, and Belby Devil will be the early trailer. Crown Royal responds and takes the lead back through a half in 48 seconds. G's Poppy's Warrior still giving chase on the inside, back to third, guaranteed delivery. These two banging it out down the lane inside the 8th pole. Coming to the 16th pole, the favorite is not going to disappoint in here. Crown Royal is going to win by 2. Second's going to go to G's Poppy's Warrior. Third to number 5, guaranteed delivery. And fourth to Wire Me the Money. The Stars are posted number 1, Crown Royal, as your race winner. Second goes to number 2, G's Poppy's Warrior. Third to number 5, guaranteed delivery. And fourth to number 3, Wire Me the Money. They went the opening quarter 23-4. The half 48 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:15. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 1, Crown Royal. Crown Royal is a big gelding, 3 years old, by True Sense, out of the mare She's Regal by Going Commando. Owned by Artisan Farms, trained by Lee Pruitt, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:15. Number 1, Crown Royal, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Cam Ziprick and Charles Folliard. And upon this maiden-breaking win by number 1, Crown Royal, who is a CTHS grad, it did receive a blanket presentation on behalf of the CTHS. Race 1 is official. In the upcoming second race, there are no changes. Post time for race number 2, 17 minutes away. The field is set, they're at the post, and they're off. Breaking a little sluggish was G's Poppy Warrior. But straight to the front end, that's Crown Royal to take command of the early lead by 2 to the outside, Guaranteed Delivery. Putting on some early pressure, settled back in third, Belle Be Devil, G's Poppy's Warrior, as came from last and moving into third, and the early trailer is Wire Me the Money. The opening quarter, 23-4. Crown Royal now going to get company on the inside and outside. On the inside, G's Poppy's Warrior. To the outside, Guaranteed Delivery. A gap of 7 lengths back to Wire Me the Money, and Belle Be Devil will be the early trailer. Crown Royal responds and takes the lead back through a half in 48 seconds. G's Poppy's Warrior still giving chase on the inside, back to third, Guaranteed Delivery. These two banging it out down the lane inside the 8th pole. Coming to the 16th pole, the favorite is not going to disappoint in here. Crown Royal is going to win by 2. Second's going to go to G's Poppy's Warrior. Third to number 5, Guaranteed Delivery, and fourth to Wire Me the Money. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2 for this $5,000 claimer. For fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-2-lifers are going to go the 7.5 furlongs. And Stretch, you're going to start us off in race 2.
Yes, I hope everybody made notes on the 2-horse the last race. Slow start, very, very game. Probably won't get a price next time, but still a good reminder.
But if you listen to me, you would have got the exactor first time out. Didn't pay me back.
Look at he's on a roll. He's been on a roll all week.
Still rolling.
Still
I wasn't
rolling.
rolling on Monday.
Okay.
Monday I was shut out. I was horrible, but I've rebounded.
Rebounded. Good start. Yes, full credit. You figured out the 2 to run second. Nice exactor. I found this race extremely tricky. When I talked at ASD Live, the figures that I have are low, and so when the figures are kind of under par, it opens up for almost anybody in the race because they're going to go a little slower than this level could go. I went to the 6 because it's 2 turns, and if you look at this horse has been in the money and kind of been right there at 7.5, and had the first start, just ran evenly going 6. This horse is a better 2-turn horse, and that's why I decided to go with this horse. Just simply second off, and Jerry, as we know, second off is pretty good. So that was my starting one, and then I went to the 1 since Marshall doesn't have it. It's a great horse for in the money. It just ends up in the money. You've got look at ASD, or look at the 11 of 14 in the money at this distance, 10 of 14 second or third. This is a textbook place or show bet that I should be making on this horse. Yeah, I know that is a Manitoba bred, but has run open before. So yeah, I've got it 6 and 1. Marshall?
I really like the 3, Plum Blue. Horses dropping in from 10,000 to the 5,000 level. Wasn't embarrassed last out. Ran evenly. Actually gained a length in the stretch. That race seems to be a key race. You get Sweet Design, the winner, coming back and winning right back, and Sue's Easter Girl, the show horse, coming back, winning as well.
And I expect Reunite hit the winner's circle when it does come back to race.
There you go. So I think that puts Plum Blue, right there in the mix. 3rd start off the layoff, so form cycle checkbox. 2 back, raced against the boys. So back in with fillies here, and I think we see her best. Does have some back class. Ran a couple of bigger races last year. 2 back, and even last time out ran close to the Beyer par for the condition. So the 3 to me it jumps off the page almost in here. I mean, the 7 horse Funky Justice. It's the 2 and the 7, but let's take a look at the 7 here. Funky Justice, 2 back, had a big win last time out. I thought she ran a pretty good race. It was a sloppy track. So, maybe toss that. She did beat the 6, Wits Mambo Jack, who was making her first start. But, I like Funky Justice for second. Chickness and Gorno have been teaming up and had lots of success so far this year. Those are my top 2. Kirt?
Yeah, I went straight to number 3, Plum Blue. I like this drop in class. I like that it got Lasix last time out, and that seemed to improve the horse. The time before was not going to beat Bad News, Kincaid, or McKegg at the allowance non-2-lifer. This is the easiest spot it's been in, but the distance is a question mark on this horse, as is number 7, Funky Justice. That's why he didn't use it. Coming down the lane, they were struggling to get the 6 furlongs, as Funky Justice showed speed instead of closing like the first time. So that's why I left it out. I Am On Ya, fighting every time, 4 to 5 on the board, horrible odds. But I think I Am On Ya will get a good stalking trip and be close to the pace. And I do like number 1, Queen Jean, and number 6, Mambo Jack, to rally from off the pace. Right now on the board at 13 to 1. Wits Mambo Jack looks like the play, but here we go, straight to our wagers. We're going to start off with you, Stretch. Ran out of money?
Well, I'm saving my money for some big bets later.
You want to borrow some?
Oh my goodness, he wins some races. Okay, anyway, I'm spending $6. That's it, because I have no clue on this race. I find it very tough. You guys have kind of sold me on the 3, but I'm going to leave it at that. $1 exact box 156.
Okay, over to you, Marshall.
Okay, well, hoping to close out my double from the first. I'm going to start a new pick 3 here. Singling the 3, take a pair in the next, and close it out with 3. 30 bucks.
I'm almost the same as you, Marshall. I singled the 3 in here, then I took 3 horses in the middle leg, but I really like another horse in the first leg of the pick 4, so $10 pick 3, $30. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 2. We'll see you back for race 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $9,500. Number 1 is Queen Jean, owned by Villa K. Butler and Sean Moran, trained by Sean Moran with Leroy Nelson. Number 2 is I Am Anya, owned by Devin Gittins and Gregoire Mivalas, trained by Devin Gittins with Richard Mangley. Number 3 is Plum Blue, owned by Sheldon Walker, trained by Larry Sizik with Neville Stevenson. The 4 is Chickle Sparks, owned by Marshall Allery, trained by Will Toronjo with Shamari Muir. Number 5 is Evade, owned by Andrew Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 6 is Wits Mambo Jack, owned by Jennifer Toronjo, trained by Jerry Gorno with Caleb Pizarro. Rounding out the field is number 7, Funky Justice, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Checkiness. Post time for race number 2, 5 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Well, 7.5 furlongs, another 2-turn race here for the second at ASD. I like the 3 Plum Blue, dropping in from 10,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime. Racing tougher. That looks like a key race with the first and third place horses coming back to win next out. 2 back, she raced against the boys and was closing ground down the lane. I think she gets the job done today.
Yeah, I find this race tricky, so I'm looking for the long shot. About a minute ago, the 6 horse who was my selection, which still is, was 15 to 1. Bit of money has gone on, only 7 to 2. I think the horse will go back up to being a little bit higher. That horse maybe can pick up the pieces late at a big price, so I've got the 6 on top.
Yeah, I'm in with the class drop as Marshall on number 3, Plum Blue, dropped out of a 10 on 2. Where the horse that beat it by 2 came back to win the non-2 condition by 7. My only question mark is the distance of 7.5 furlongs, but I think the class drop is good and stretchy. Talked me into the 6. I like that for the exactor play. Good luck here in race 2. Queen Jean, she's the first one in and loaded. I Am Anya now finds her spot. The 9-5 favorite, Plum Blue, steps up and in. Chickle Sparks walks in like a professional. Evade will be next. 2 left to load. Wits Mambo Jack. And now just waiting on Funky Justice from the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, Chickle Sparks shows some speed, but Funky Justice wants the lead and is going to get it as they pass the grandstand and open up by 4. Back to second, Chickle Sparks. On the outside, Evade in third. Hugging the rail, the favorite, Plum Blue. Another 2 lengths back to Wits Mambo Jack with I Am On Ya. And Queen Jean can see them all, a dozen off the early lead. The opening quarter, a quick 23-4. Funky Justice, the gas pedal is stuck and is up by 6. Plum Blue making a bid up the rail from 4th. Now moving up into 2nd. Chickle Sparks back to 3rd. 4th on the outside. Evade making a move. I Am On Ya and Wits Mambo Jack. The trailer still Queen Jean running out of gas early. Funky Justice inside is going to be taken over by Plum Blue. Making the bid on the outside, Chickle Sparks as they start to group up 3 wide to Evade, and then trying to rally from 4th and 5th is going to be I Am On You and Wits Mambo Jack. Still a long way to Queen Jean. Plum Blue has opened up as they hit the lane and is now up by about 8 and widening on this field at the 16th pole. This one's never in doubt. It's all for second money. Plum Blue wins by 10. Evade's going to run second. 3rd to I Am On Ya. And 4th to Chickle Sparks. The stewards have posted number 3, Plum Blue, as your race winner. 2nd goes to number 5, Evade. 3rd to number 2, I Am On Ya. And 4th to number 4, Chickle Sparks. They went the opening quarter 23-4. The half 49 seconds. 6 furlongs, 1:16-2. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 1:36-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 2, that's number 3, Plum Blue. Plum Blue is a dark Bear Brown filly, 3 years old by Imperialism, out of the mare Political Affair by Political Force. Owned by Sheldon Walker, trained by Larry Sizik, and ridden to victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 1:36-1. Race 2 is official. In the upcoming third race, there are no changes. Jackpot pick 5 wagering. The pool just under $100,000. They go to post in 20 minutes. And they're off. From the middle of the track, Sparks shows some speed, but Funky Justice wants the lead and is gonna get it as they pass the grandstand and open up by 4. Back to second, Chickle Sparks on the outside of Vade in third, hugging the rail, the favorite Plum Blue. Another 2 lengths back to Wits Mambo Jack with I Am Anya. And Queen Jean can see them all a dozen off the early lead. The opening quarter, a quick 23-4. Funky Justice, the gas pedal is stuck and is up by 6. Plum Blue making a bid up the rail from 4th. Now moving up into second, Chickle Sparks back to 3rd. 4th on the outside of Vade, making a move, I Am Anya and Wits Mambo Jack. The trailer still Queen Jean, running out of gas early. Funky Justice inside is going to be taken over by Plum Blue. Making the bid on the outside, Chickle Sparks as they start to group up 3 wide to evade, and then trying to rally from 4th and 5th is going to be I Am Anya and Wits Mambo Jack. Still a long way to Queen Jean. Plum Blue has opened up as they hit the lane, and it's now up by about 8 and widening on this field at the 16th pole. This one's never in doubt. It's all for second money. Plum Blue wins by 10. Evade's gonna run second, 3rd to I Am Anya, and 4th to Chickle Sparks. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3 for this allowance optional $15,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go the 6 furlongs, and this starts the jackpot pick 5, which will exceed the 100,000 as it's only $205 short. Okay, Marshall, who do you like? What a shootout this is going to be.
Yeah, no kidding. This is speed, and more speed. Pick your speed. Shooting Money, the 3. Speedball number 1. Nice work coming into the race. Beaten favorite last out by the 1, Mr. Dazzle. He's got that California speed, and he's been strutting it here. But I just think big duel between him, the 5, and the 6. My top choice in here is the 1. I think 1 and 4 are interchangeable for me, but let's take a look at the 1. Mr. Dazzle, the race just sets up for him. I mean, he's dropping in from that Free Press Stakes. Those are the best horses on the grounds, obviously. And he wasn't disgraced. I mean, he was beaten 4th by just under 3 lengths. My only concern on this horse, first of all, he's going to be the favorite. He'll probably be reasonably short odds. And this is his 4th race in 4 weeks. I mean, you just don't see that very often these days. They used to race that frequently, but he's also 0 for 8 at the distance, surprisingly. So that's another negative. I just think that the race really does set up for him. He's in good shape, obviously. This is the beginning of the year for him, and he's been running tough. So he's a likely contender for me. I'll let you talk about the 4, though, Kirt. What about you, Stretch?
Well, I'll go to the 2 horse. This horse has been running so well. Same kind of thing, as you mentioned. This is the 4th race already as well. I just like how game this horse has been, kind of tough spots, always showing some speed. I don't think they're going to show as much. I don't think the horse is going to be caught up in the duel this time.
I don't think he's fast enough. No. Definitely not with Hot Rodding in here and Major Munnings.
And that's a good thing, actually. And so last 2 back showed tons of speed in there, and I couldn't understand why the horse showed so much speed when I'd prefer the horse just to sit a little bit off. I think I'm going to get good value. I like the cutback. I said in previous shows that I like when trainers kind of cut back or try different things, and yeah, this horse is better going longer, but showed such a good race 2 back. So that's my kind of sleeper in there. Yeah, you guys talk about the 4. You're slowly selling me on the 4 that I probably should have had in my top 3.
Well, see the 4. I really like this horse because that first start against War Giant, Stonecarver, Deuces Are Wild. Stonecarver, Deuces Are Wild, monster speed balls. They banged it out. Stonecarver got the best of them. But War Giant was a horse that came from Tampa with the winter racing and nailed Stonecarver at the end. Stonecarver came back in the next stake race and shattered the track record in 107-1 at Century Mile. So what that says is Tapmaster was against the best in Alberta. Then it came back and dropped into an allowance optional non-3 lifetime event and battled every step of the way and won by 3/4 of a length. But with the big speed that's in here, I see Tapmaster sitting off of it. I would love to see one of those Remington Park races from October 3rd and November 7th where the horse sat off the pace, not far away, only a couple lengths, but then drew off to win by 1.5 lengths, going 5.5 furlongs. The other one only got beat by 3/4 of a length. I really don't think Tapmaster has enough speed to knock heads with these, and I think that's where the bonus is. Gordon Amther ran a horse last night, Major Shepherd, in the last race on a speed favoring track. We thought it was the speed. We picked it, broke dead last, rallied from last, and ran second, only beaten about 1.5 lengths in the end. So I like Tapmaster in a stalking role. Mr. Dazzle, I agree with you. Is he another one that can close? But all I could say is number 5, Hot Rodding, and number 6, Major Munnings have one way to run. That's let's go as fast as we can. And I think we're going to see a big show on the front end for the first half mile, even with Shooting Money in there, unless Jorge Carreno decides to try and come off the pace for the first time. But that's the way I see this one playing out.
Do we see 22-1, 22-2?
Yeah, I could see a 22-2 for sure in here. 45-1, and then probably the end time, I'm thinking the 11 and change variety. Yeah. That's still fast for our racetrack. Yeah. Okay, let's go to our wagers here in race number 3, and we're going to start it off with Marshall.
$10 exacta box, 1-4.
All right, over to you, Stretch. Pick 5 as usual.
Pick 5. Let's see. No, we don't have to share. There's a combination in there. My ticket.
Yeah, look at my second race.
That's
there.
true. That's very true. You can see the ticket. I've got some long shots throughout in there. A bunch in the last. I did have the key. We have a different.
Okay, I do have a key in there. It's only showing 4 legs on mine. It's and actually the second leg I have the 1 keyed, and then all in the third leg 1, 2, 5, and end off with 5 horses. Just to correct that on the screen.
Okay.
But Stretch, sorry.
Yeah.
Let's go back
to you.
to
I'm glad you got that. That's good. Yeah. And so everybody look at my ticket, but don't play my ticket, because if somebody plays my ticket and my ticket been the jackpot, then I can't get the jackpot. So play a combination of mine.
All right, there we go. And there's the correction on mine. My 20-cent pick 5. 2 horses, 1 horses, hit the all button. 3 horses, end off with 5. $48 ticket. I think I could scoop it out. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 3. And we'll see you back for race 4. Kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 3. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $16,600. Number 1 is Mr. Dazzle, owned and trained by Shelley Brown, Leroy Nelson aboard. The 2 is Tiger by His Tail, owned by the Young and the Rest of Us, trained by Michael Nault with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 3 is Shootin' Money, owned by Windancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Tapmaster, owned by Kenneth Amthor, trained by Gordon Amthor with Richard Mangley. Number 5 is Hot Roddin', owned and trained by Maria Stanford, Hector Rabbitskin in the saddle. Rounding out the field is number 6, Major Munnings, owned by Garth Grider and Violetta Adamchuk, trained by Jared Brown with Kayla Pizarro. Jackpot pick 5 wagering here in race number 3. They go to post in 5 minutes.
now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Well, this race is absolutely loaded with speed. Just can't see anything but a big duel in here between the 3, 5, and 6. That leads me to the closers or the stalkers. The one, Mr. Dazzle, dropping in from that stakes race, looks like the race totally sets up for him. It is his 4th start in 4 weeks, which is the only negative, but I like him on top.
Yeah, that's my closer too, but looking at the board, this is easy for me. I've got to use the 2 at 15 to 1. I think this horse can sit maybe in the 3rd spot and maybe get the jump. 15, 14 to 1 is absolutely the value play in there. Maybe at least an exactor box if the 1 does beat them. Kirt?
Myself, I went to number 4, Tapmaster. Yes, it did battle on the front end, go wire to wire over at Century Mile, but I just don't think this horse has enough speed to contend with the front end. Has races below that are in stalking roles, and if the horse does that, I think it's a prime play in here as it runs down tiring leaders. Good luck here in race 3. Mr. Dazzle, the first one in. Tiger by his tail is loaded. Next up, Shooting Money. There's three-way co-favorites in here. One of them is Tapmaster. The other two, Mr. Dazzle and Shooting Money. Two left to load. Hot Roddin'. And now just waiting on Major Munnings. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking slow was Mr. Dazzle. From the far outside, Major Munnings came away running and goes right out after the early lead. Hot Roddin' starting to engage the leader from the inside, and these two set to do battle. Settling back in third, that's Shooting Money. Tapmaster on the outside in fourth. Mr. Dazzle has hurried up into the pack in his fifth, and the early trailer, Tiger by his tail. The opening quarter, 23-1. Hot Roddin' and Major Munnings. These two bobbing it out, moving up smartly. Shooting Money from third, starting to pass Hot Roddin'. Tapmaster in an all-out drive from fourth, and Mr. Dazzle, Tiger by his tail, the half, 46-2. They hit the head of the lane. Major Munnings with the short lead. Shooting Money now goes on by and takes the lead. A late rally from Tapmaster and Tiger by his tail. Shooting Money at the 16th pole. A well-timed ride by Jorge Carreño. He's going to win by 5. Tapmaster second best. Third to Tiger by his tail, and fourth to Mr. Dazzle. The Stewards are posted number 3, Shooting Money, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Tapmaster. Third to number 2, Tiger by his tail. And fourth to number 1, Mr. Dazzle. They went the opening quarter 23-1, the half 46-2. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 3. That's number 3, Shooting Money. Shooting Money is a dark bear brown gelding, 4 years old, by Arch out of the mare Penny Money by Forestry. Owned by Wind Answer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112-1. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes, but we'll carry on with the rest of the legs of this evening's pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 5, number 4, Bevolution will not run for a claiming price. That's in race 5. Number 4, Bevolution will not run for a claiming price. Now turning your program to race number 6. There are no changes. Also no changes in race number 7. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 4. They go to post in 19 minutes. Battle settling back in third. That's Shooting Money. Tapmaster on the outside in fourth. Mr. Dazzle has hurried up into the pack in his 5th. And the early trailer, Tiger by his tail. The opening quarter, 23-1. Hot Roddin and Major Munnings. These two bobbing it out, moving up smartly, Shooting Money from third, starting to pass Hot Roddin, Tapmaster in an all-out drive from fourth, and Mr. Dazzle, Tiger by his tail, the half, 46-2. They hit the head of the lane. Major Munnings with the short lead. Shooting Money now goes on by and takes the lead. A late rally from Tapmaster and Tiger by his tail. Shooting Money at the 16th pole. A well-timed ride by Jorge Carreño. He's going to win by 5. Tapmaster second best. Third to Tiger by his tail, and fourth to Mr. Dazzle. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 3, we had a claim to report. Claim for $15,000 was number 1, Mr. Dazzle, claimed by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trainer Marvin Buffalo. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4. We're kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2-lifers. Are going to go the 7.5 furlong distance. And Stretch, you're going to start us off in here.
Okay, really quick recap on the third. Very, very good ride by Carino on Shooting Money. Sat in a garden spot, recognized I'm not going to get in the duel. They didn't go as fast as we thought on the front end.
Well, that's with the 5 getting left out of the gate. That didn't help Hot Rod and had to kind of work to get up there. But if they would have banged from the beginning, then we would have saw the fractions we were thinking of.
Okay, that's fair. And then Mr. Dazzle basically lost his chance out of the gate. Just that competitive of a field, you can't spot a field 2 lengths at all on there. There's no way.
Never, and get the win, or you got to be much the best.
Much the best, and that was an evenly matched field. Anyway, race 4, pick 4, $25,000 up for grabs. It's been going over every race day. Yesterday was a lot of chalk, but paid very well anyway. I'll start with the obvious horse at there it is. Look at that. Jake knew exactly who I was going to. The 1 horse. The price is an absolute overlay here on underlay. We'll get it right. At 1 to 9. This horse, I do like the horse. I think the speed on the rail, lots to like. But as Marshall mentioned, ASD Live, the horse only has 1 win in 29 starts. I was hoping that people would look at that last race and understand and say, oh, you know, beaten 22 lengths. But this is why you watch replays. You would see the horse basically was way out wide and, as like I said, in the parking lot, couldn't grip the sloppy track, and that was it. 2 back. That race makes this horse a standout, and that's maybe what I guess everybody is betting. Right to the lead. I kind of think that you've got to be near the pace. You don't have to necessarily be on the lead, but I think you need to be very close to the pace from there. There's no deep closers that have come in yet, even with some fast. I've got to talk about, I said it was a sneaky long shot. Marshall and Kirt both have my 8 horse in there. It's kind of my 8. I picked first. Race 4 is me, and so anyway, my sneaky long shot is the 8. Again, another replay horse. Kind of checked and kind of shuffled back. You felt, Kirt, there was something wrong with the...
Yeah, he was on 1 line. Usually jockeys have both of them in their hands, and they kind of hold it together at the same pressure, but as I was watching the replay, his outside hand was tugging every step of the way. So that means the horse is getting in, and he was all by himself. But once he let him loose down the lane, wow, did this horse fly.
Exactly.
And almost got second.
Absolutely. And then I said, watch the gallop out. The gallop out was great. I think that the horse is going to be far closer than that first start here. So if you look back at Louisiana Downs, it was right near the lead. So if this horse can sit maybe 3rd or 4th behind the speed on the 1, and maybe the 1 with that kind of record might maybe not like to win. We know a few of those horses that race here. So I've got 1 and 8. I could not leave out the 8 because I knew I was going to get a price. But Marshall?
Well, just looking at the board here, when you have a huge underlay like this, and obviously those... When you have a huge underlay like this, obviously there's inflated prices elsewhere. So we're going to look elsewhere. I like the 3 actually, 25 to 1. Spiked cider, lightly raced horse. So definitely still some room for improvement here. 7 furlongs last out at ASD. Ran a good race, a competitive race. I think that was a pretty decent field. Had a steady early too. So
remember that happened right in front of the grandstand when
right.
2 terms went to the lead and he was forced to take hold right past the wire. So that's that steadied early that it shows.
That's right. I thought this horse was going to go to the lead last time, and he didn't because he steadied there on the inside. But we'll see what happens today. I think the 1 goes to the lead. You know, the race shape does set up for the 1 to get the lead. But the 3 can benefit from having gone the 2 turns already. I do expect to see improvement. Can't imagine we'll get anywhere close to 30 to 1 once this shakes out. But someone to consider. I'll be using more than just the 1 in my pick 4.
Yeah, I got the 1, 8, and 3 with you guys. A couple other horses to talk about. Number 6, Captain John. Ran a good race first time out. Sat 4th, ended at 4th. Only lost by a couple lengths to Spike Cider. I expect this horse to move up off that race because Spike Cider did have winter racing under the belt. And number 7, Tuxedo Mask, got no respect last time out at 22 to 1. And was also not far behind, only 2 1/4 lengths to Spike Cider. That was the second start on Tuxedo Mask. Third start off the layoff is a charm. Wendy Anderson having a fabulous meet here in 2021. So 2 more maybe to take a little glimpse at, but I'm all over the 1 with you guys. Let's go straight to our selections here in race number 4. We're going to start off with you, Stretch.
All right, like I said, I agree with you on the 1 there, Kirt. I would probably play 2 pick 4 tickets because the 1 and the 8 are not equal, but in this case we're just going to put the 1. So I've got 1 and 8 on there. It's a long shot, but there it is with a bunch in the middle. I keyed the 1 on the other, on the pick 5, but I took the 5 just in case, and then a bunch in the last race.
Okay, Marshall, what about you?
Yeah, I'm going to go 3 deep here, taking all of the next leg. I think that's the toughest leg in the sequence with 1-5, and I've got a single in the last race. So differently, I see it differently than you guys do, obviously.
No doubt about it. I keyed the 1 in here. I hit the all button in the second leg. Then I keyed half in the wrapper, and then I took 5 to end it off. That is a $40 ticket. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $9,500. Number 1 is Praise Loudly, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is In Excess of Reality, owned by Vicky Hamilton, trained by Maria Stanford with Hector Rabbitskin. Number 3 is Spike Cider, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Richard Mangley. Number 4 is True Commando, owned by Alonzo Daly, trained by Fred Rawson with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 5 is Taking the Night Train, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. The 6, Captain John, owned by Louise McCallum, trained, and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Nyrone Austin. The 7 is Tuxedo Mask, owned by Keith Wright, trained by Wendy Anderson with Leroy Nelson. And rounding out the field is number 8, Say When, owned by Mark Hibden, trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickenass. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering here in race number 4. They go to post in 5 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Start of the pick 4, it looks like a one-horse race if you just look at the tote board. But I have a tough time betting a horse that's 1 for 29 lifetime, especially at 1 to 2. I'm going to look to the 3 in here, 6 to 1, as a possible long shot or mid-range shot to beat the 1. Stretch?
Yeah, my horse to maybe beat the 1 is the 8 horse on the outside. Hopefully the horse can get a little better position. At least it's 7.5, so there's a little more time to get over a bit. The 1 horse is definitely the horse to beat, but you called it, Marshall, the 1 for 29 and a few other kind of negatives. The horse can go right to the lead and could just crush this field pure figures alone, but I'll go 1 and 8. Kirt?
Myself, I think it's all the 1, and Praise Loudly is going to go to the front. The only way I think he can get beaten here is if speed goes with him, but there really isn't a lot. Maybe just Spike Sider, so I like Praise Loudly to take it all the way. Good luck here in race 4. Praise Loudly, the 4 to 5 choice first into the starting gate. In Excess of Reality moves in. Next up, Spike Cider. Now True Commando's turn. Taking the Night Train. Walks right in. Over to Captain John. 2 left to load. Tuxedo Mask. And now just waiting on Say When. Number 3, Spike Cider, fractious in the starting gate. Richard Mangley climbs back aboard. And they're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Taking the Night Train. From the inside, Praise Loudly. Shows a little bit of early speed, but as does Spike Cider. Settled back in third, Tuxedo Mask. Fourth on the outside, Say When. In Excess of Reality, hugging the rail in fifth. Then it's Captain John to the outside. Another till to True Commando and the early trailer. After the poor beginning, Taking the Night Train. The opening quarter, 25-1. And Praise Loudly has that lead by a half a length. Spike Cider still in an all-out battle. In second, Say When moving up sharply in third. Tuxedo Mask back to fourth. Fifth on the outside, that's Captain John starting to move. Same with Taking the Night Train. And back to In Excess of Reality, True Commando. 49-3 for the half. And Praise Loudly now opens up that lead to 3. Spike Cider still there in second. Making a bold move, 3 wide. That's Taking the Night Train, who's running a good one today. Say When back to fourth. 3 quarters, 116-3. Praise Loudly with the lead. Taking the Night Train is going to try and give it one more try with a 16th of a mile to go. But Praise Loudly, 1-2 on the board. Won't disappoint, and it is going to get the win. Taking the Night Train in second. Third's going to go to Captain John, and fourth to Say When. The Stewards are posted number 1, Praise Loudly, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Taking the Night Train. Third to number 6, Captain John. And fourth to number 8, Say When. They went in the opening quarter 25-1, the half 49-3, 6 furlongs 116-3, tied for the 7.5 furlongs 137-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 4, that's number 1, Praise Loudly. Praise Loudly is a chestnut gelding, 4 years old, by Boisterous, out of the mare Made to Worship by Minister's Wildcat. Owned by Windancer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 137-1. Congratulations goes out to trainer Wendy Anderson and jockey Jorge Carreño, who team up for the double. Back-to-back winners for trainer Wendy Anderson and jockey Jorge Carreño. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Number 4, Bevolution, will not run for a claiming price. That's here in the 5th race. Number 4, Bevolution, will not run for a claiming price. Late pick 3 wagering here in race number 5. All set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Taking the Night Train. From the inside, Praise Loudly. Shows a little bit of early speed, but as does Spike Cider. Settled back in 3rd, Tuxedo Mask. 4th on the outside, Say When. In Excessive Reality, hugging the rail in 5th. Then it's Captain John to the outside. Another till to True Commando and the early trailer. After the poor beginning, Taking the Night Train. The opening quarter, 25-1. And Praise Loudly has that lead by a half a length. Spike Cider still in an all-out battle. In 2nd, Say When moving up sharply in 3rd. Tuxedo Mask back to 4th. 5th on the outside, that's Captain John starting to move. Same with Taking the Night Train, and back to In Excessive Reality, True Commando. 49-3 for the half, and Praise Loudly now opens up that lead to 3. Spike Cider still there in 2nd. Making a bold move, 3 wide. That's Taking the Night Train, who's running a good one today. Say When back to 4th. 3/4, 116-3. Praise Loudly with the lead. Taking the Night Train is gonna try and give it one more try with a 1/16 of a mile to go, but Praise Loudly 1-2 on the board. Won't disappoint, and it is gonna get the win. Taking the Night Train in 2nd. 3rd's gonna go to Captain John, and 4th to Say When. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5, kicking off the late pick 3 with a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. They're going to go the 6 furlongs. Marshall, what do you got in race 5?
Well, in race 4, I've got a stable male horse is what I've got. That's the 5, Taking the Night Train. Horse spotted the field how many lengths out of the gate, ran a really big race. Was, motoring down the lane there and almost past the one who was staggering. But we'll take note for next time, see if we can catch it.
Yeah, and just to follow that up, Marshall, you have to you look at those last 2 races from last year, they were terrible, and then the horse has 2 very, very good works coming in. You look at the races a couple of years ago at Turf Paradise, very competitive. So don't always look at the last race. We've seen that. Look at the horse that just won the last race, was 7th beaten or 6th beaten 22. There's reasons. So that's where you pick those long shots. I couldn't believe that horse was 60-1. Take it away, Marshall.
Yeah, we won't get 60-1 next time, unfortunately. Okay, well, let's take a look at the 4 in here. I think this is a wide open race. I've used all in my pick 4, so that's kind of where I stand on here. The 4 is, to me, the speed of the race, making a second start of the year. So do expect some improvement. I do get a work coming into the race June 14th. Not quite as good a 5 furlong work as the 5 had in last out, but same connections here. Courtney Ross, Neville Stevenson. The horse has some back class. Those races at Canterbury where it showed good speed, ran some figures that definitely would beat this field. So I think we see improvement. Was the beaten favorite, but again, looking for this horse to go right to the lead. Hopefully not get pressed by the 6, Trouble with a Curve, who does have some speed as well. And then Strong Arm. I use this horse for second because that's what he likes to do. This guy is an absolute master at getting second. He did it last time through the back door, having to get second through a DQ. We'll see what he can do today. He's been the beaten favorite in 3 of his last 4 races, so I do expect his odds to drop. But I like him for second in here. Stretch?
Well, I'm going to go back to the 2. I liked this horse last time and got DQ'd. The reason I liked the horse that last time was because of the first race, had a bit of trouble, and was handily in second, beat the rest of the field. Didn't have the greatest trip. I like that Carino's jumping aboard. I like how he's riding, especially he's already had a really good ride today in the 3rd race.
Shooting money.
Yeah, exactly. Similar ride. Watch out. So I do like this horse. I'm a little surprised on who the favorite is in here. I have 4 horses in the pick 4, and I don't have the 8. For what it's worth, the 8 ran a very, very nice last race, but it isn't fast. That horse has to improve to get up to beat these ones. So good race, figures low. I've got to talk about a long shot that's not in here, and then I'll let you talk about your horse. There is the 5, Shelley's Dream. Has had the layoff. If you look at this race on September 8th at ASD last year, toyed with the field. This horse is back class. We have a couple, we got 3 works. They're not super fast works, but this horse, if is anywhere close to where it was at in that race last year in September, watch out. 12-1 morning line. I think you're going to get at least that. That's the long shot that I do have in the pick 4 going. Kirt, how about your 7?
Yeah, I think there's going to be a pace battle in here between the 4 Bevolution and the 6 Trouble with a Curve. Strong Arm's going to make a quick move after about a quarter mile and engage those leaders. So I'm looking for someone to come a little bit more off it. So I went to the 7, Silent Emissary. Silent Emissary, first time out, ran behind Young Boy, Metal Maker, and You Should Talk, and won that race easily by 5. But this horse was closing down the lane. Went 5.5 furlongs, was on the rail, and about the half-mile pole was encountered a bunch of trouble, which Young Boy ended up getting disqualified, and Shamari Mir was lucky he stayed on the horse, and then followed that by only getting beaten 8 3/4 in the end, which was 4 lengths behind, but he probably lost 4 to 5 lengths just with that trouble that he had at the half-mile pole. So I'm expecting this horse to go forward. There is speed to run at, and right now on the board we're getting a nice 9-1. I do respect Young Boy, ran a great race and is sitting on a win after back-to-back second place finishes. But I'm 7-2-1 in here, and I respect Shelley's Dream. If she runs back to any of those races from last year, she won her non-2 life at 50 cents on the dollar, even though it was only going 7.5 furlongs. She could be the power one. And for Jerry Gornall, the top trainer, you're getting 11-1 right now. That's quite amazing. But let's go to our bets here in race number 5. All right, let's start it off with you, Marshall.
Well, I mentioned I think this race is wide open. Proof's right there. I'm taking $1 pick 3 wheel, all in this leg with 2 horses with my single and lost.
Okay, Stretch, what about you?
I'm taking the 2 horses. What happens to be one of
that
yours?
kind of looks like one of my looking
Yeah,
tractors.
exactly. So I do like the 2 and 7 quite a bit to be in there, and then unsure of who else comes in there. Kind of like your exactor there, Kirt. You've got 3 other horses.
Yeah, my exactor, I took the 7 for first and second with the 1-2-5 on a $5 exactor wheel, cost you $30. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. The horses are on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,600. Number 1 is Strong Arm, owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 2 is Young Boy, owned by Bill Michael and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Barley Boy, owned by Wayne Hedgie and Kelly Wolfsfield, trained by Mike Taphorn with Caleb Pizarro. Number 4 is Bevolution, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. The 5 is Shelley's Dream, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 6 is Trouble with a Curve, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Nyrone Austin. Number 7 is Silent Emissary, owned by Wayne Hedgie, trained by Mike Taphorn with Shamari Muir. Rounding out the field is number 8, Soul Obsession, who paraded early, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Jared Brown with Richard Mangley. Late pick 3 wagering here in race 5. They go to post in 6 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
A pretty wide open betting race. Number of horses paying 3-1, 5-2. I like the 4 in here, Bevolution. I think this is the speed of the race. Has the back class, making his second start of the year. I do expect improvement. I think Neville goes right to the lead and takes him gate to wire.
Yeah, well, Marshall, I'm on the 2 actually, the kind of the co-favorite with the 1 and 8, which I'm actually a play against on the 1 and the 8. If you've been betting the 1, you should be betting the 1 to place. I think the 1 hopefully gets a little better trip. You get Carino up, who's riding well. Good trip, take over late. Watch out for the 7 late. Kirt?
Yeah, myself, I think there is a pace battle in here between the 4 Bevolution and the 6 Trouble with a Curve. Strong Arm making the early move. And I'm looking for a closer, the 7 Silent Emissary. A world of trouble last time out. I think gets a smooth trip today. Being a top contender, getting great odds and value at 6-1. Good luck here in race 5. Strong Arm enters the starting gate. Now Young Boy steps up and in. Next up, Barley Boy. Bevolution. Still working on getting Barley Boy in. Now Bevolution steps up and in. Shelley's Dream walks right in. Now Trouble with a Curve. 2 left to load. Silent Emissary. And now just waiting on Soul Obsession from the outside. Silent Emissary just backed away. And the second time around walks right in. Now waiting on Soul Obsession. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, Trouble with a Curve. Quickly goes out for the lead, but Strong Arm tries to engage from the inside. And now looks Trouble with a Curve in the eye. Settled back in the stalking position. That's going to be Young Boy with Bevolution in between horses. 3 wide to Silent Emissary. Another length and a half to Shelley's Dream. Soul Obsession. And well back to your trailer, Barley Boy. 23-2 the opening quarter. And noses battling between Strong Arm and Trouble with a Curve. Young Boy ready to make his move from third. Bevolution gonna take the inside trip. A 3 wide bid from Soul Obsession. Silent Emissary is looking for an inside path. Then it's back to the trailer. Shelley's Dream and Barley Boy, they hit the head of the lane. 6 across the track. Young Boy now comes up with the lead. Bevolution battling from the inside. Silent Emissary on the rail. Soul Obsession with the best stride right now on the far outside. Young Boy battles back after blowing. Young Boy's gonna take it. Second's gonna go to Bevolution. Third to Soul Obsession. Close for fourth. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. A Stewart's inquiry into the running of race number 5. Please hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, that Stewart's inquiry is into the stretch drive. The Stewarts have posted number 2, Young Boy, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Bevolution. Third to number 8, Soul Obsession. And fourth to number 3, Barley Boy. They went the opening quarter 23-2. The half 47-1. Time for the 6 furlongs, 113-3. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a rider's objection here in race number 5. Richard Mangley aboard number 8, Soul Obsession, has claimed interference against the unofficial winner, number 2, Young Boy, and jockey Jorge Carreño. Rider's objection, 8-2. Now in the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 5, that's number 2, Young Boy. Young Boy is a dark bear brown gelding, 4 years old, by Flat Out. Out of the mare, Icing on the Cake, by No Biz Like Showbiz. Owned by Bill Michael and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson, and ridden to unofficial victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13 3. Once again, there is a rider's objection, 8-2. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards have disallowed the claim of foul. 2, 4, 8, and 3 will become official. And with that win now official, congratulations goes out to trainer Winnie Anderson and jockey Jorge Carreño, who team up for the natural hat trick. 3 wins for trainer Winnie Anderson and jockey Jorge Carreño. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the television monitors is the objection tape from race number 5. Pay special attention to the horse 4 off the rail in white. That's number 2, Young Boy. And just to the left of the screen in pink is number 8, Soul Obsession, who claimed interference against the one in white, number 2, Young Boy. That's exactly where it happens. Guys, can you run it back one more time? As you see, number 2 is on the inside, then ducks out to the outside. That was the pan shot. Now we're going to the head on. You see that the 2 does come across, but really not forcing number 8 to take hold. Here again, South Tower, head on, full speed. You see the 2 goes out, And jockey Jorge Carreno controlled his mount, and thus no disqualification. In the upcoming 6th race, there are no changes. Post time for race number 6, 18 minutes away. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, trouble with a curve. Quickly goes out for the lead, but strong arm tries to engage from the inside. Now looks trouble with the curve in the eye. Settled back in the stalking position. That's going to be Young Boy with Devolution in between horses. 3 wide to Silent Emissary. Another length and a half to Shelley's Dream. Soul Obsession. And well back to your trailer, Barley Boy. 23-2 the opening quarter. And Noses battling between Strong Arm and Trouble with a Curve. Young Boy ready to make his move from third. Bevolution gonna take the inside trip. A 3 wide bid from Soul Obsession. Silent Emissary is looking for an inside path. Then it's back to the trailer, Shelley's Dream and Barley Boy. They hit the head of the lane. 6 across the track. Young Boy now comes up with the lead. Bevolution battling from the inside. Silent Emissary on the rail. Soul Obsession with the best stride right now on the far outside. Young Boy battles back after blowing. Young Boy's gonna take it. Second's gonna go to Bevolution. Third to Soul Obsession, close for 4th. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. We're kicking off the TVG Late Daily Double as we welcome our viewers and their fans from TVG for this allowance optional $10,000 claimer. For fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go 6 furlongs. A great race in here. Stretch, you're going to start us off.
I agree with you. A good race to tune into if you're going to play a couple. The last 2 on the card are very good betting races. I am going to start with, the horse is going to be the favorite, but rightly so. If you're not familiar with the track, those races were against the best filly and mare so far, and there was so much speed in those other races. They were always battling out of the 5-horse field or so. 3 or 4 of them were all speed and some monsters in there. There are no monsters in here. This race, it is a very good competitive allowance. It just happens that most of the horses in here, I think, are more stalkers than pure speed. So we know the 1 hole going 6 is a little bit of a concern sometimes, but if the 1 gets out, gets a bit of a breather, controls it, will be extremely tough to beat. My figures have him controlling speed. And then if you look back when the horse was racing at Laurel, those are solid races at a higher allowance, high claiming price, and not in a stake race. So that's my top pick. The kind of the local horse, the fan favorite that likes to win is Stevie Mac. She runs very hard every time. Last time we were on board with her thinking she would have a better effort than that first start, which was an excellent effort in the stake race, and came up a little bit flat, even after a workout coming in. Worries me a little. I'm giving her another chance just because she just simply is a win machine. It'd be silly to leave her out on that, especially at 5-1. You rarely get that, especially in this level. So I've got it 1 and 5.
Okay, what about you, Marshall?
I like 1 and 5 as well. Those are the top 2 veterans in here. There's a bunch of 3-year-olds. Why don't we take a look at one of the 3-year-olds, the 4, my Princess Ellie. Of the 3-year-olds, this is my favorite. She has raced against older at Turf Paradise 2 back. But last time out was in against the boys, the top 3-year-olds, some of the top 3-year-olds, especially City Champ, the winner. He came back to win another stake race last time out, so he's now 3 for 3. She's back in with the girls today. Has a nice work on June the 7th coming into the race. And I just look back to those races in California. She broke her maiden for $40,000 at Santa Anita. I mean, that is quality racing, obviously. She's been in some tough fields there. So of the 3-year-olds, she's my favorite. She still has every right to improve. She's lightly raced and 2 for 9 lifetime. But the one looks like she'll be real tough. The lone speed dropping in. I guess the question is, those internal fractions, 22 and 3, 45 and change last time out, those are just blistering fractions. She can run, if she can get to the half in 46 and 3, 46 and 4, I think she's long gone in here, maybe even a 47, but probably more like 46, Kirt?
Yeah, I don't think she can slow it down to 47. I think she's going to have a loose lead in here. She is the speed of the speed of the speed. So I'm thinking she's going to have 3 or 4 lengths early as long as she gets out of the gate well. And she is the one to beat. But I also like number 2, Fox Appeal. This horse has run 2 big races after coming to the Downs. Broke its maiden at Sam Houston, won its non-2 for 15, then hit the first level allowance, which isn't which isn't an easy race, and that was going a mile for the first time for the horse. Then came to the Downs, ran second to Melisandre, and then another second, both of those in stake races. If you don't know Melisandre, she is an unblemished 6 for 6. So Fox Appeal, reason why ran second in this race last time out. Fox Appeal beat Reason Why rather handily. She was beaten by 9 in the race, over 5 lengths behind Fox Appeal. There is 4 3-year-olds against older horses in here, but I got it all down to 1 and 2, and I'm throwing Stevie Mac in as my 3rd selection. Straight to our bets in here, and we're going to start it off with you, Stretch.
Well, you're using a few more horses. You've got the buck, so I've got to reduce it a little bit. I used some 3-year-olds as well. So I've got one with 2, 5, 7, 8.
That's a tractor wheel. Yep, over to you, Marshall.
Yeah, $10 exactor box, 1 in 5.
And myself, I'm doing the same kind of tractor as Stretch, but I'm taking the one on top of 5 horses, the 2, 4, 5, 6, and 8. Good luck with all your selections here in race number 6, and we'll see you back for race 7 for Jackpot High 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $14,700. Number 1 is Half in the Wrapper, owned by PTR Racing Stable, trained by Devin Giddens with Caleb Pizarro. The 2 is Fox Appeal, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Richard Mangley. Number 3 is Outclassed You, owned by Bill Michael and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson with Neville Stevenson. The 4 is My Princess Ellie, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 5 is Stevie Mack, owned by Shelley Brown, Scott Anderson, and Larry Falloon, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Number 6 is Real Good Deal, owned by Claim to Fame Racing Stable, trained by Michael Nault with Nyrone Austin. The 7 is Reason Why, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickeness. Rounding out the field is number 8, Lulu's Lightning, owned by Ira Donald and King Couture, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Post time for race number 6, kicking off late double wagering. They go to post in 6 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Well, late double time here at ASD. I like the one half in the wrapper, dropping in from Stakes Company to this optional 10,000 claimer. Looks to me to be the speed of the race. I think this horse goes right to the lead. I like the 2 in the next race if you're looking to play some doubles. That's my single there, so 1-2 to close it out.
Yeah, I'm with you, Marshall. I'm on the favorite as well. Stevie Mac is the other choice, but the sleeper that I have that's getting left off at 14-1 is Reason Why, and big jump up last time, actually beat Stevie Mac and could be the improving horse, 3-year-old that maybe can help you make the trifecta pay something. Kirt?
Yeah, I also like number 1 half in a wrapper. This is the speed of the race. This horse will clear and will have the lead, but will it be able to go all the way? The track is playing to speed, so I think so. I like number 2 Fox Appeal in the exactor, and maybe throw in the 4 My Princess Ellie going back against the girls. Good luck here in race 6. Half in the wrapper, the current 6-5 favorite. The first one in. Fox Appeal, one of 4 3-year-olds in the race is in. Outclassed you. She finds her spot. Next up, My Princess Ellie. Real Good Deal, the next to go in. Reason Why, second from the outside. Now just 2 left to load. From the outside, Lulu's Lightning. And now just waiting on Stevie Mac. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, half in the wrapper. Sent hard to go get the early lead. To the outside, My Princess Ellie outclassed you. In between horses, now moving to the outside in third. Lulu's Lightning, a 4 wide bid. Fox Appeal hugging the rail in fifth. To her outside, that's going to be Real Good Deal. Then 2 more back is Stevie Mac. And Reason Why is your early trailer. 23 seconds, the opening quarter. Half in the wrapper, and Lulu's Lightning has now opened up on the field by 2. My Princess Ellie moving smartly from third, getting motivated, Real Good Deal. Outclassed you, falling back with Fox Appeal. And Stevie Mac just doesn't have it today. They hit the head of the lane, and half in the wrapper, still with the lead. My Princess Ellie has come off the rail and going right after her. A late rally from Real Good Deal, 3 wide. Real Good Deal, My Princess Ellie. Real Good Deal is gonna get it done. Second goes to My Princess Ellie. Third to half in the wrapper, and fourth to Lulu's Lightning. The stewards are posted number 6, Real Good Deal, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, My Princess Ellie. Third to number 1, Half in the Wrapper. And fourth to number 8, Lulu's Lightning. They went the opening quarter, 23 seconds. The half, 46 and 2. Time for the 6 furlongs, 113 and 2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 6. That's number 6, Real Good Deal. Real Good Deal is a bay mare, 5 years old by Elusive Warning, out of the mare Virtuous Lady by Limit Out. Owned by Claim to Fame Racing Stable, trained by Michael Nault, and ridden to victory by Nyrone Austin. Time for the 6 furlongs, 113 and 2. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. There are no changes. Jackpot High 5 wagering. That carryover over $15,000. High 5 jackpot here in race number 7. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, half in the wrapper. Sent hard to go get the early lead. To the outside, My Princess Ellie outclassed you. In between horses, now moving to the outside in third. Lulu's Lightning, a 4-wide bid. Fox Appeal hugging the rail in fifth. To her outside, that's going to be Real Good Deal. Then 2 more back is Stevie Mac. And Reason Why is your early trailer. 23 seconds, the opening quarter. Half in the wrapper, and Lulu's Lightning has now opened up on the field by 2. My Princess Ellie moving smartly from third, getting motivated, Real Good Deal. Outclassed you, falling back with Fox Appeal. And Stevie Mac just doesn't have it today. They hit the head of the lane, and half in the wrapper, still with the lead. My Princess Ellie has come off the rail and going right after her. A late rally from Real Good Deal, 3 wide. Real Good Deal, My Princess Ellie. Real Good Deal is gonna get it done. Second goes to My Princess Ellie. Third to half in the wrapper, and fourth to Lulu's Lightning. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We're going to close out the card with an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go the 7.5 furlong distance. And again, a special welcome to TVG and all their fans for our jackpot high 5 race. And Marshall, you're going to start us off in here.
Okay, I want to start by saying I wish I bet the Quinella in that last race because $2 Quinella, $749.
Yeah, that's definitely a big payout when you got a $50 horse and almost a $40 horse. Wow. Nice.
Okay, so let's see if we can close out the card with a winner. I think this is, I think this is a race where, to me, there's a standout in here. That's the favorite, Mr. Benz. This horse is dropping in from that stakes race where the first place finisher, the second place finisher both come back to win. You get the leading rider hopping aboard, a work coming in. Jared Brown and Jorge Carreño have been teaming up for several wins lately, and Jorge has, 2 wins so far in the card tonight?
He's got the hat trick, all on Wendy Anderson's. Okay. Natural.
So he's going for the 4-pack, and I think he gets it today. This horse has been racing at Turf Paradise, reeled off 3 wins in a row before coming here and trying stakes company. I think back where the horse belongs for sure. Has run at the distance before, so it's all about the 2 for me, guys. I used a 7, Moz Mischief for second, Jerry Gorno and Chickness, another duo that have achieved success lately. Hasn't won in, at ASD at least before, but last year was 0 for 13. Does have a win this year. I just think the horse is a kind of a plotter, but I do expect the horse to run evenly. And that means second or third for me, guys. So, what about you, Stretch?
Well, I started with the 2. I also like the other Jared Brown horse, and that's the 3, Mr. Henry Lee. Jake, can you find the 3 for me? There we go. Jared getting the horse ready. Basically, this horse tries every time. Very, very good at the distance. This is the horse's level. 10 claimer, maybe a little bit below. Yes, the 2 is a little bit classier. My figures have the 3 definitely as a contender. I am totally with you, though, on that top selection. I find it a little more wide open than you do, Marshall. This is kind of your single on your pick 4, which is fair. Your other single, the other race came in that you liked earlier in the card, so good pick there. I'm on that one. I'll let, before we go, one horse to maybe mention that I do have some figures as an absolute bomber, because before we get to Kirt's bomber, is this 8. It is against the boys, but I do have some big figures from this horse, a few starts before. So if you need a 3rd or a 4th in the super or the high 5 jackpot that's growing, maybe don't leave out the 8 for 3rd, 4th, or 5th in there. I think it certainly has a chance to help you with the jackpot. Well, Kirt, it's always the last race. Can you repeat a bomber?
I'm going to try to. I went to number 5, Hazim. Here's a horse that was off 2 years before arriving at the Downs last year. Showed speed in 2 out of the 3 races, and those races were chock full of speed at the second level allowance. Last time out, going 7 furlongs, drew post position number 6. When this horse broke out of the gate, it took a hard right towards the outside rail, and the jockey had to take hold, Neville Stevenson. And so the horse didn't show any speed at all. If you look at the fractions that race, they went 25-1 the first quarter, sped up the second one in 23-3, and that was real grace on the front end, doing it all by himself and won that easy. He was the Alberta Horse of the Year. There is no Horse of the Year in here. Hazim likes going a distance. Trouble trip, like I said last time out. And there really isn't a lot of speed in here. Mr. Benz could show speed. Cabin John could show speed. But outside of that, there really isn't a lot, unless Bear Me a Moment wants to absolutely go like big gangbusters to get there. I think Hazim might just take the early advantage and slow it down, as there's not a lot to go. out in here. And Hazim, if it runs any of those races from Saratoga or Belmont, I know it's forever ago, 3 years, but those races, this horse would have been 2 to 5 on the board, if not 1 to 9. So I'm going to take a shot in here. 9 to 1 on the board. I'm going to go to number 5, Hazim. Well, let's go to all our wagers here in race number 7. Starting it off with you, Marshall.
$5 exactor. I'm going to use my 2 horse as the key with 1 and 7 underneath, and then reverse it, take the 1 and 7 over the 2.
Stretch, we both have the same idea.
Yeah, I just don't have as much cash as you have, so I had to go to the 60-cent try box. I'm hanging on here. A good day yesterday. Picked some winners, but not cashing tickets, so it's got to be 60 cents.
All right, I'm doing the $1 tractor box, taking 1, 2, 3, 5, and 9 for a total of $60. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 7, and we'll see you back Monday, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. The horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $14,700. Number 1 is Cabin John, owned by Dale Henry, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Caleb Pizarro. The 2 is Mr. Benz, owned by Ira Donald and King Couture, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Canano. Number 3 is Mr. Henry Lee, owned by King Couture, Ira Donald, and Susan Cito, trained by Jared Brown with Nyrone Austin. Number 4 is Bear Me a Moment, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Richard Mangley. Number 5 is Hazim, owned by Brent and Heather Rymack, trained by Brent Rymack with Neville Stevenson. Number 6 is Witt's Hurricane, owned by Club 3D, trained by Curtis Maxwell with Leroy Nelson. The 7 is Maw's Mischief, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 8 is Sister of War, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Stanley Chady Jr. Running out the field is number 9, Flash of Glory, owned by True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Shamari Muir. Jackpot high five wagering here in race number 7. They go to post in 4 minutes.
2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Well, I like the 2-horse Mr. Benz in here. I don't like the price, obviously, but I think it's a deserving favorite. Dropping in from Stakes Company, coming back out of that key race where 2 others have already come back to win. This horse has been rattled off 3 wins at Turf Paradise. I like the jockey upgrade to Jorge Carreño. I think he gets the job done.
Yeah, 2 is my top selection, but right now with the value is the 3 for me at 6 to 1. I think the horse is the other Jared Brown horse. I think this horse is going to be get a nice trip on the rail, likes the distance, and with a bit of the overlay, I've got to use that horse and a super long, not a long shot for third or fourth is maybe the 8. Kirt?
Yeah, myself, I'm going long shot hunting. I'm going to number 5, Hazim. Not a lot of speed in this race, and I think Hazim just might be it. A little bit of a trouble trip last time out. Hopefully gets out of the gate nice and smooth today. Good luck here in the nightcap. Cabin John, the first one tucked away in the starting gate. Mr. Benz, the overwhelming 1-2 choice, now 3-5 goes in. Mr. Henry Lee steps up and in. Next up, Bear Me a Moment. From the middle, Hazim steps up. Wits Hurricane goes right in. Now Moz Mischief. 2 left to load. Sister of War, the lone filly in the race. And now just waiting on the far outside for Flash of Glory. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking in a bit of a tangle was Cabin John on the inside. Bear Me a Moment shows some early speed, but that's matched by Hazim. And those two are just zinging along. Sister of War sits right in behind him in third. Then it's Moz Mischief in fourth. Another 2 lengths back. Sitting on the outside, trying to make a move, Flash of Glory. Then it's Mr. Henry Lee. Then about another gap of 4 to Mr. Benz, Wits Hurricane, and well back to Cabin John. 23-4 the opening quarter, and Bear Me a Moment now has the lead by a length and a half. Moving up Moz Mischief to engage Bear Me a Moment. 3 wide, Hazim, 4 wide, Sister of War. Coming in on the inside now, Flash of Glory has switched over. Mr. Ben starting to make a move on the outside with Cabin John, making even a wider move. But the leader is Moz Mischief. Through a half in, 48-1, the favorite Mr. Benz starting to creep closer. Cabin John still on the far wide side, and down the stretch they come. Moz Mischief with the lead. Mr. Benz, the favorite, trying to get closer with a 16th of a mile to go. It's Moz Mischief and Mr. Benz. Moz Mischief's going to take it. Mr. Benz for second. Third's going to go to Cabin John. Fourth to Mr. Henry Lee. And fifth to Flash of Glory. The Stewart's pulls to number 7, Moz Mischief as your race winner. Second goes to number 2, Mr. Benz. Third to number 1, Cabin John. And fourth to number 3, Mr. Henry Lee. They went the opening quarter 23-4. The half 48-1. 6 furlongs, 115. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 134-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 7, that's number 7, Ma's Mischief. Ma's Mischief is a bay gelding, 7 years old, by Into Mischief, out of the mare Pocahontas by APND. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickeness. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 134 and 1. And they're off. Breaking in a bit of a tangle was Cabin John on the inside. Bear Me a Moment shows some early speed, but that's matched by Hazim. Those two are just singing along. Sister O'War sits right in behind him in third. Then it's Ma's Mischief in fourth. Another 2 lengths back. Sitting on the outside, trying to make a move, Flash of Glory. Then it's Mr. Henry Lee. Then about another gap of 4 to Mr. Benz with Hurricane, and well back to Cabin John. 23 and 4 the opening quarter, and Bear Me a Moment now has a lead by a length and a half. Moving up Ma's Mischief to engage Bear Me a Moment. 3 wide Hazim, 4 wide Sister of War. Coming in on the inside now, Flash of Glory has switched over. Mr. Ben starting to make a move on the outside with Cabin John, making even a wider move. But the leader is Ma's Mischief. Through a half in, 48 and 1, the favorite Mr. Benz starting to creep closer. Cabin John still on the far wide side, and down the stretch they come. Ma's Mischief with the lead. Mr. Benz, the favorite, trying to get closer with a 16th of a mile to go. It's Ma's Mischief and Mr. Benz. Ma's Mischief's gonna take it. Mr. Benz for second. Third's gonna go to Cabin John. Fourth to Mr. Henry Lee, and fifth to Flash of Glory.